For the last time this season, it's the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. D-backs need one more win to cancel LA's division title party and send it packing somewhere else. Paul Goldschmidt has home runs in both Diamondbacks wins. The NL MVP candidate continues torturing Don Mattingly's Dodgers. It's Game 4, Wade Miley versus Ricky Nolasco, next on Fox Sports Arizona.
A division title. Here we go. We are on the air here from Chase Field. The Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. Paul Goldschmidt had the big hit last night, the early home run to set the tone. And now we wrap up the season series with the Los Angeles Dodgers, D-backs and Dodgers, the final time in 2013. Good afternoon from Chase Field, and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. This is it, D-backs and Dodgers, BB. One more chance to delay that Dodger division title party. And as usual, throughout this series and this season, Paul Goldschmidt has been setting the tone for the D-backs.
Well, he's been setting the tone all year long. Paul Goldschmidt ranks among the National League leaders in every important category, and the Dodgers are well aware of that. Hitting nearly 400 with 6 homers and 20 driven in against the Dodgers this year. I'd really be surprised if Ricky Nolasco gives him very much to hit at all today.
Paul Goldschmidt, outstanding numbers against the Dodgers this year, of course, and against the rest of the major leagues. He is neck and neck right now with Andrew McCutchen in terms of the NL MVP vote.
I'm sure if you talk to the Pirates announcers, they'd say McCutchen is the MVP in the National League, but we watch Goldie every day. His numbers stack up. Most of them equal or better than Andrew McCutchen. Andrew McCutchen plays a premier defensive position, but Paul Goldschmidt, for my money, is the best defensive first baseman in baseball.
Well, I agree with you there, too. The Diamondbacks' real challenge here will be dealing with Ricky Nolasco. He has had their number this year, both as a Marlin and now as a Dodger.
Yeah, 3-0 record combined between the Marlins and the Dodgers. ERA under 1, 8-2 in his career against the Diamondbacks. Got to find a way to figure him out. He is coming off his career shortest outing against the Giants last time out.
Miley and Nolasco, the D-backs and Dodgers for the last time in 2013 as the Diamondbacks try to send the Dodgers celebration party out the door and down the road. Defense, defense is the discussion when we come back on Fox Sports Arizona.
BMO Harris. Visit BMOHarris.com to help make money make sense. And by Fulton Home. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
And welcome back. Game 4 of this 4-game series. D-backs trying to win 3 and keep the Dodgers from clinching. A lot of fans in the stands. Again, we've seen it all week long. A lot of Dodger fans, a lot of Diamondbacks fans as well, and they have been loud. Jody Jackson with you now. The Diamondbacks have, of course, clinched the season series once again with the win last night. And of the 10 wins this year over the Dodgers, well, 4 of them have come by just 1 run. It is the little things that count. And for the Diamondbacks, it's all about defense. They've been doing it all season long. They're best in the National League with a 9.88, or I should say a .988 fielding percentage. That's ahead of the Cardinals and the Reds. And it would be a club record beating out the 2001 D-backs. It's come from everywhere. Paul Goldschmidt. We've seen the young guys contribute. Chris Owings coming in and doing the job. Brandon McCarthy last night told me when he came over here, he only knew his former A's teammate Cliff Pennington, but he has been amazed by the type of defense that is played here in Arizona, the arms in the outfield and the middle infielders as well. Well, stay with us. First pitch coming up, and the Diamondbacks, they did the job last night. The champagne was still on ice. They hope to keep it there again. Avoid the clinch by the Dodgers. They'll do it with the win today.
Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. The D-backs have already clinched to win in the season series, leading LA 10-8 this season. As we head into the final game, this will be the 3rd straight year that the Diamondbacks have beaten LA in the season series, and this is the lineup that Don Mattingly will send out there today, trying to clinch the National League West.
Yasiel Puig leading off, playing right field. Jerry Hairston Jr. getting a start at first base in place of Adrian Gonzalez today. Hanley Ramirez at short. Matt Kemp in center field. Mark Ellis with 4 career homers against Wade Miley. Have to keep an eye on him. He'll be at second base. Juan Uribe at third. Scott Van Slyke in left. A.J. Ellis doing the catching for right-hander Ricky Nolasco.
And your Arizona 4 Diamondback starting pitcher is Wade Miley, his 31st start. He's worked 184 innings this year and given up 184 hits. He got win number 10 on the year. In his previous start, he beat the Rockies here on Saturday.
Well, this high-powered Dodgers offense, the key, as always, keep the ball down.
And Yasiel Puig was in the dugout 3 seconds ago. He came running into the on-deck circle, took one swing, and now here he is. We saw him hugging some coaches in the dugout. We apparently caught Yasiel by surprise, and we're set to go here at 3:36 on the year and 17 homers.
Final time in 2013, Sedona red and Dodger blue. Foul back 0-1. Yasiel Puig hitless in the series until last night's ball game. His 2-for-3 career against Miley. Last night, Puig had 3 hits, including a double and this long home run, 440 feet.
Cutter that just didn't cut enough. Up and out over the plate, way back to left field.
Miley ahead 0-2. He's up there hacking.
You get the feeling if Wade Miley took a full windup and just didn't let go of the ball, Puig might swing at it anyway.
We should try it. Bounce that one.
I mean, we've seen as the season has gone on, it took a while for teams and pitchers to figure out where the holes were in Puig's swing, but he's susceptible to chasing that pitch up above the letters. He's susceptible to chasing off-speed pitches that bounce out in front of home plate.
Right underneath Tim Wallach with quick feet down at third. Defensively, the Diamondbacks look like this. Didi Gregorius in shortstop today.
Eaton, Pollock, Parra across the outfield. Prado and Gregorius on the left side of the infield. Hill and Goldschmidt on the right side. Miguel Montero doing the catching for left-hander Wade Miley.
And Miley's now bounced a couple of pitches up there. And Puig is back even 2-2. Right back to the mound. Miley spins and throws, makes a nice play, one away. We can apply some pressure, move it up that first baseline, and Wade did a good job to field its position there. This is the arsenal.
Throws a 4-seamer and a 2-seamer. It just depends on the hitter and where his holes are in the swing. Slider down and into the righties, and an occasional straight changeup from Wade Miley.
Well, left-hander on the mound, so Adrian Gonzalez getting the day off. Not a usual part of Don Mattingly's routine, but giving Adrian a day to cool his jets after he was ejected last night by Andy Fletcher, who's the first base umpire today, so that might have made for a few awkward moments this afternoon.
A unfortunate confluence down there at first base, if you will.
0-1. Just missed there, 1-1. So it's Hairston getting a rare start at first base. He is 3 for his last 32 as he steps in here, and 4 for 10 career against Miley. Foul ground, Goldie on the run.
Well, if Goldie and Gerardo Parra can't get there, it wasn't meant to be caught. We've seen those two guys ranging way over there in front of the bleachers to catch foul balls. That just out of Goldie's reach.
Into some seats occupied by Dodger fans down the right field line. Tiny collection of blue down there. 1-2. Jerry Hairston Jr. over the last month has played in only 18 games, just 5 starts. But a valuable guy to have on your bench. Plays third, plays left, plays first, plays right. That one is hit to shortstop. Didi Gregorius on the grass has it for the second out. And here's El Nino, Hanley Ramirez. Hanley back in the lineup after a night off last night. 343 on the year and 18 home runs. He has battled an irritated nerve at his back. In fact, he had 2 cortisone shots last week for the back trouble. But they don't seem to have affected his offensive numbers. He has had a tremendous year. In fact, Hanley said last week, hey, I'm going to the playoffs for the first time. This has been the best year of my career. And despite a series of injuries that have kept him out for about 60 games, he will likely play in a career low game total this season, but he doesn't worry about that. Says, I don't put negative in my mind. He's all positive.
Well, I'm positive as well that we will not see Hanley Ramirez run full speed today. You mentioned he's nursing a bad back and has some hamstring issues. When he puts the ball in play, it's all he can do to make it down the baseline.
And that's a concern for the Dodgers, certainly, as they head into the postseason. Carl Crawford has had back issues. Ramirez has had back issues. Andre Ethier was in a walking boot with an ankle condition. Matt Kemp has just returned from the DL. 2-2. So great to have all these superstars back, but they got to be healthy.
Good fastball down under the hands of Hanley Ramirez that time. That's a good location for a lot of these Dodger hitters. Of course, you have to make sure you get it in there. You don't want to leave it over that inside part of the plate, but that hard fastball down and in right there. Got a lot of swings and misses in this series from Matt Kemp on that particular location. Juan Uribe's chased pitches down there. Puig has chased some pitches under his hands off the plate inside.
Three-two pitch is lined to left for a base hit. 2-out single for Ramirez.
Center fielder number 27, Matt Kemp.
There's a lot of hitters in the National League that when they make contact, the ball makes that different sound that we talk about. And Hanley Ramirez is definitely one of those guys. He gets a tremendous amount of bat speed through the hitting zone and even a topspin grounder through the left side. A resounding sound when that ball came off his bat.
Matt Kemp, 274 and 5 home runs, making his third start in this series. And his third start since his return from the DL. He'd been out since July 21st with ankle and hamstring issues. Kemp 1 for 4 with a single last night. Tuesday night he had 4 hits, including a couple of doubles. He spiked more than a few in this inning, Bob.
Yeah, and that's all right. For Wade Miley, you'd much prefer to see him miss down in the zone than leave pitches up out over the plate where the Dodgers can get some extension and do damage. Miss in your favor.
Two and 0.
I was going to say for Wade Miley, it's really been a tale of 2 seasons. Through his first 11 starts this year was 3-5 with an ERA over 5 as you get a look at that straight changeup grip. Index finger and thumb making the OK sign, throwing the ball with his middle and ring finger on that left hand. Really takes some velocity off of that pitch, turns it over a little bit. Saying a tale of 2 seasons. First 11 starts 3-5 with an ERA over 5. In his last 19 starts, he's 7-5 with an ERA at an even 3.
He was really struggling for a long time through most of May. Physically, you could see him out there searching for the form he had last year when he was Rookie of the Year runner-up in the National League. 2-2. He gets Kemp, strands Ramirez, and sends us to the home half, just underway at Chase Field.
Diamondbacks have been ranked #1 in Major League Baseball and 6th best in all of sports in the magazine's Ultimate Standings issue. Rankings based on results from fan surveys, financial analysis, 8 other categories, including fan relations, ownership, and stadium experience. And this is the lineup that Kirk Gibson sends out there trying to delay this Dodger block party.
Be Adam Eaton in left field today. A.J. Pollock over in center. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Martin Prado playing third. Aaron Hill at second base. Miguel Montero doing the catching. Didi Gregorius at shortstop. Gerardo Parr in right field. And Wade Miley on the mound facing right-hander Ricky Nolasco,
who is the Marlins' all-time wins leader. He's been even better since he became a Dodger in early July. He throws strike one to Adam Eaton. 5-8 with Miami this season, but the Southern California native 8-2 with LA, Bob, and he has been a real handful for the Diamondbacks this season and in his career. And immediately he's out ahead 0-2. Eaton at .262 and 3 homers. 3 for 10 in the series. Ricky Nolasco 8-2 against the D-backs in his career and 4-1 here at Chase Field.
He's got a full tool belt of pitches at his availability out there. Throws a slider, throws a 4-seamer and a 2-seamer. We've seen him already change speeds on that slow curveball to Adam Eaton, and he uses a split finger for a changeup.
Mark Ellis at second has it. 1 away. Defensively, another new look for Don Mattingly's ball club today.
Scott Van Slyke will be in left field. Matt Kemp in center. Yasiel Puig over in right field. It'll be Juan Uribe and Hanley Ramirez on the left side of the infield. Mark Ellis and Jerry Hairston Jr. on the right side. A.J. Ellis doing the catching today for right-hander Ricky Nolasco.
And there's Jerry Hairston getting a rare start at first. Adrian Gonzalez the day off after his ejection last night. A.J. Pollock. Jim Joyce is the plate umpire this afternoon. An emphatic strike one to A.J.'s, who's at .259 and 7 homers. Third base, Juan Uribe, a little roller, strong throw, 2 up, 2 down. Here's Goldie.
Mentioned in the open of the show that Nolasco might choose not to pitch to Goldie today, or at least pitch around him. This may be the one situation where you'll see Nolasco go right after him. Nobody on base, 2 outs in the inning.
Pedro Alvarez has homered today. The Pirates are beating up the Padres. That one just went final 10-1. Pittsburgh beat San Diego, so Alvarez now tied with Goldie once again for the home run chase in the National League. MV Paul. He has a healthy lead for the RBI title. He's down here 0-2. Saw the numbers on Goldie earlier. Career against Nolasco hasn't done a whole lot. But in this series, 5 for 10. He has homered in 3 of his last 4 games. Shoots that one down the right field line, but foul.
Yeah, so far a curveball and 2 sliders to Goldie in this at bat.
This season, the Gold Rush. Tied for first now in homers, a healthy lead in the RBI title, and first in OPS, on base percentage plus slugging percentage. Well, last night we saw a whole lot of hit batters by Dodger pitchers. Davidson was hit in the first, Montero was hit in the third, Aaron Hill was hit in the fourth, and today Goldie has been hit in the first. Just a coincidence, Bob? Some bad location, poor command?
Well, Ellis was set up off the inside corner of the plate. Goldie had reached out there and hit that last slider that was off the plate away, and I think Nolasco was just trying to keep him honest. I'd like to think it just got away from him, but we'll keep an eye on that situation.
Martin Prado. Back after a scheduled off day yesterday. Martin came into the game late as a defensive replacement.
Had an RBI double and scored a run. So that's 4 hit batsmen by Dodger pitchers over a span of under 10 innings as we close out the season series. Look at those numbers. Base hit. Reached down and knocked it right back into center field. 2 on, 2 out for the D-backs, and here's Aaron Hill.
Not a picture-perfect swing for Martin Prado, but a very effective swing nonetheless. He too keeps his bat in the strike zone for a long time, can fight off borderline pitcher's pitches, and that time lined that one right back up the middle for a base hit.
Aaron Hill, 303 and 11 home runs, having an excellent series, as you see right there. 5 for 10 against the Dodgers this week, including a homer. Every time a Diamondbacks player hits a home run this season, Fulton Homes will donate $150 to the Central Arizona Mountain Rescue Association. Paul Goldschmidt, the runner at second. Martin Prado at first. Popped him up first base side. Long run for Hairston. He's got room. And he makes the catch. Nolasco strands a pair. We are through 1, no score at Chase Field.
Partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And by Jack in the Box, go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax.
23 pitches in the first for Wade Miley. He's back out there in a scoreless second now. He'll work to Mark Ellis, Juan Uribe, and Scott Van Slyke, 5, 6, and 7 for Los Angeles. Here's Ellis at 271. Couple of hits in this series. He was 0 for 4 last night.
mentioned earlier, Mark Ellis with 4 career home runs against Wade Miley. That just seems so out of character. Mark Ellis not really a home run hitter, more of a contact guy, tries to spray it around. That's more than Ryan Braun, who has 2 against Miley, Matt Kemp with 2, Alfonso Soriano with 2, Cody Ransom with 2, but Mark Ellis doubles them all.
One of those things. Look at those numbers. 10 for 20 with 4 homers. Ouch, big. Base hit. Aaron Hill, hold the phone. Ho-ho! He took that base hit away. That was through the infield, and the D-backs second baseman smothered it for the first out.
Struck well, got in a little bit of an assist there from the side of the mound. The ball hit and deflected ever so slightly, just enough to give Aaron Hill time to get there with a dive and fire on to Goldie for the out.
How about that? More Diamondback defense. Juan Uribe. Uribe 2 hits in the series, both coming in that 9-3 Dodger win Tuesday. Had a double and a homer.
As a middle infielder, this is why you don't quit on a ball hit up the middle. Watch it hit the side of the mound, deflected up in the air and a little bit back toward Aaron Hill. Would have been very easy to just concede, oh, there's a base hit up the middle, but
I conceded it.
Aaron Hill did not, and that's the only guy that matters.
Absolutely. What a play. The high hop off the mound, then the short hop on the dirt. There's a strike. 3-2 to Uribe. Ring him up and sit him down. Second strikeout for Miley. Jim Joyce says strike 3.
Left fielder, number 33.
A little extra zip on that fastball just froze Uribe, a guy that normally sits on pitches depending on counts, but that time completely fooled by a good two-seamer right on the corner.
Scott Van Slyke getting the start in left field. Carl Crawford the day off against the lefty Miley. He's got power, 7 homers, including the walk-off that beat the D-backs last week in L.A. Van Slyke hit into a big double play last night in the 7th inning in a pinch hit appearance against Joe Thatcher. 1-1.
Rushing his delivery just a little bit in this at bat to Scott Van Slyke. We talk about it with Wade Miley. Sometimes he gets those first 2 outs and he's in such a hurry to get that third out. His mechanics speed up, everything hurries up. And now a 2-out base on balls.
He issued a 2-out single to Hanley in the first. Now a 2-out walk to Van Slyke in the second brings up A.J. Ellis. 10th inning, the season finale. Coming up after the game from Colorado on Sunday. You can see it at 4 and 10 on Fox Sports Arizona. Ellis 234, hitless in the series. D-back Nation. Trying to send the Dodgers off with another loss. Take that division title party somewhere else. Get out of Dodge, Dodgers. I see what you did there. Somebody's a writer.
Boy, Van Slyke is so tall. He takes his lead out there and just falls down, and he's on the base at first.
He's a big guy down there at 6'5", 250. There's a strike.
His mom must be tall, because Andy Van Slyke was probably around 5'11", I'm guessing 185 pounds or so. Yeah, he just turns and falls.
Make gravity work for you. I got Andy Van Slyke at 6'1", 190, so
yeah.
That's smaller, skinnier guy, certainly.
Boy, his daddy could play some center field now. Woo.
Cardinals, longtime Pirate, finished his career with the Orioles and the Phillies. 5 Gold Gloves for Andy Van Slyke.
Yeah, back in the day when Andy Van Slyke was patrolling center field for the Pirates and Barry Bonds was in left field, I remember Van Slyke used to play over in the gap in right center to help the right fielder because he knew Barry Bonds could cover everything on the left side of the field. Yeah, you could play a two-man outfield with those two guys.
Won 5 straight Gold Gloves from 88 to 92. Miley behind here, 3-1.
And his daddy very nearly put me on the disabled list twice.
Well, what happened?
Collision plays at home plate. Once he came in standing up, I was expecting a slide, so when I dove for home plate, he came up and caught me right underneath the nose with a knee. And then another time, similar circumstance, dove for the plate, and he came in standing up and hyperextended my left elbow.
Wow, we'll give you a break here. Let's take a break, let you regroup. No score at Chase Field. NAU football returns. The Lumberjacks take on South Dakota. Coverage begins Saturday, 4 o'clock on Fox Sports Arizona Plus. To find the Plus channel listings, please visit foxsportsarizona.com and see where you can watch the Lumberjacks take on South Dakota on Saturday. Uh-oh, I hear that familiar song.
That music. I still say it sounds like the singer is going down an escalator or falling down the stairs.
Or drowning.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to, I'm kind of starting to like it. It's growing on me. Miguel Montero has to be. Miggy at 239 and 11 homers. It kind of fits his personality. Miggy looking for his first hit in the series. He was on base 3 times last night. Walked twice and was hit by a pitch. He scored 2 runs. Lifted into center field, Matt Kemp.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations. And as we wind down to the end of the 2013 season, 38 times this year, D-backs have scored 6 or more runs, so that's 114 free tacos.
Take that to arbitration.
Yeah.
Here's Didi. And that's for a Miggy style. Didi Gregorius, his second start in this series. He's only had 2 at-bats against the Dodgers this week.
A lot of off-speed deliveries in the early going here from Ricky Nolasco. Mentioned his last start out against the Giants, went only an inning and a third, got his brains beat in. Another changeup. Yeah, just not really challenging anybody with the fastball so far.
That previous start Saturday against the Giants lasted less than 2 innings. That snapped a career high 7-game winning streak. 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 1/3. He walked 3. Mark Ellis returns the favor for Aaron Hill, and he takes a base hit away. 2 down.
I guess for Nolasco, he's been really good most of the year, and if you're going to be bad, you might as well be really bad.
Make it short. Yeah. Save some pitches.
Nice range by Mark Ellis, going far to his left out there in shallow right field. Rights himself and makes a strong throw on to Jerry Hairston Jr. for the out.
All I want for my birthday is a picture with you, Potter.
Well, looks like Gerardo signed that particular poster right there. It looked like his autograph right in the middle.
A bonus. Yeah, another off-speed pitch to start him out with. Gerardo Parra, 263, 10 homers. Hitless in the series. He's having a tough month, hitting 200 in September and just over 220 since the All-Star break. It's National Talk Like a Pirate Day. Arg. Wow, Nolasco off the glove, but he knocks it right to Hanley, who can't handle it, and Parra's aboard. Arg. That spun him around like a top, but hit him in the glove. He's signaling to his catcher, A.J. Ellis.
Another off-speed pitch. Yeah, got him in the glove. And then Hanley Ramirez just absolutely booted that ball. That looked like a relatively easy out at first if he just comes up with it cleanly, but climbs up his wrist, hits him in the midsection, and Gerardo Parra is on with 2 outs.
And here's the home run hitter in the Diamondbacks rotation, Wade Miley. Got 7 hits this season, one of them the home run in San Francisco. And if nothing else, they clear the pitcher here in the second.
There was ruled an error on Hanley Ramirez at shortstop. The ball was hit so hard and got to him so quickly. The official scorer figures if he fields it cleanly, it should have been an easy out at first base.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with it. I mean, different scorekeepers use different criteria for what's a hit and what's an error. But I always thought if you can make a play with a normal effort from your position, and you don't make that play, you should be credited with an error. And it looked like if he picked it up cleanly and threw it across the diamond, they would have had the out.
Nolasco rings up Miley. They strand Parra. Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall joins us when we come back. CEO Derek Hall, who will be, well, I guess you'll be at the front door waiting for the mailman when ESPN the magazine comes out tomorrow.
You bet I will be. I'm very proud of that.
What happened? Tell us about the award or the honor.
You know, it's nice. Each year they do rankings of all the 122 professional sports teams, and they rank it. They have a formula, but it's everything from fan experience to affordability, to bang for your buck, for coaching, for the way you finish, and titles, etc. And this year we finished #1 amongst all of Major League Baseball teams and #6 overall, with 122 professional sports teams. So very proud of our employees and our staff and all of our fans and everyone involved.
It's called the Ultimate Standings Issue, and they rate all, because I've been part of this, they rate all the professional franchises regardless of sport, all sort of in one group. And they do fan surveys, they do financial analysis, a whole bunch of categories: fan relations, ownership, stadium experience, and the most important one that you mentioned, bang for the buck.
Yeah.
And that's where the Diamondbacks really shine.
Well, we do. I mean, when it comes to fan experience, we believe we're second to none, and we hear that. We're the most fan-friendly team in all of sports. And when it comes to affordability, that is a top priority of ours, and it starts with ownership, who also has, as you mentioned, Steve, a big portion of this formula. And, you know, we're going to have our value pricing, as you see there, each and every game. The fact that you can walk through the concourse and buy the most affordable beer in all of baseball, a 14-ounce, $4 beer. You can have $1.50 kids' food items, hot dog, corn dog, popcorn, soda, milk every game. You can bring in your own food. You can bring in water. Very important to us that fans can afford to come here and that we don't gouge them at the wallet.
A leadoff walk to the pitcher here to open the third, so not a good start for Wade Miley.
That's not good. Good that the standings came out before that.
Yeah. Now, as we walk through Chase Field, that was a great shot of the concourse here at Chase Field. There's a section over 111, the season ticket headquarters. As they look at the mound now, Wade Miley having some issues with the footing. But I know this also extends, Derek, to the season ticket plans when fans are thinking about renewing for 2014.
Sure does, yeah. And we have more perks and benefits for our season ticket holders than really any team does in sports. And we continue to add to that to make sure that there's just value added when they're a member of our family. But, you know, for all of our fans to be a part of this voting as well, you know, that's a big part of this. It comes from the fans themselves, and we can be most proud of that. The fact that they're the ones that are deciding where we rank, and to be #1 in baseball, you know, huge point. And it's also a compliment to you guys too, because you're spreading the word each and every night, what we're doing out in the community and what we're doing here within these walls of the ballpark.
And speaking of the community, Diamondbacks have always been very involved, not only in the Phoenix metropolitan area, but the entire state of Arizona. But I think you have to be especially proud of the accomplishments this year.
I am, Bob. Yeah, you know, this year we surpassed the $33 million mark in giving. And what you guys did the other night with Paul Goldschmidt with Phoenix Children's Hospital, it's just one small step and just another example of what we're doing each and every year. We're to the point now where we're giving $3 to $4 million back to the community, and there aren't many that we turn down, and very proud of that, whether it's our Grand Slam Awards, our grants, whether we're building fields throughout all of Arizona. We're trying to impact lives and better the lives of Arizonans everywhere.
And I know it works so well because Diamondback fans respond so well. Over $100,000 the other night for a PCH with all the great work that Paul and Amy Goldschmidt has done. And we can't do that without the fans responding in such a positive way.
That's exactly right. I mean, they are such good partners of ours. This is the most generous market there is, most generous state. And the fact that, you know, after the tragedy with Yarnell and Prescott, and we put together a small plan, that's the perfect example where within about a 4 to 5 day stretch, we raised together over $725,000 for those victims and for those that were either displaced or that lost their homes or lost their lives. It says a lot about our fans, and we continue to work together. It's not just us. It's not just our fans. It's us together. We are partners in this.
Another walk here as Jim Joyce is not giving Wade Miley a whole lot.
I'm going to leave soon, I'll tell you that.
Come on.
I was doing fine for my seat. We're a very superstitious bunch, aren't we, Bob?
Oh, yeah, we are.
Well, the great thing, Derek, I think about the being part of the Ultimate Standings issue, and it's sixth best in all of sports.
Right.
This is not just a baseball thing.
No, absolutely. And for us to stand out and be recognized for what we do, for that fan treatment, for the affordability, each and every day. I mean, we've always got the fan in mind. You think about our circle of success. And, you know, you all know, walking through our hallways, we've got it proudly displayed in everybody's office, everybody's pocket. You know, we have a pocket version. It tells about our values and our circle of success, which is financial efficiency, performance on the field. And we're going to step it up here in a minute on the field. We've got culture, we've got community, and fan experience. And for those to be recognized, really all of them, all of those touch points were recognized when we were now ranked #1 in the ultimate standings in ESPN. And I could not be prouder, but more importantly, it says a lot about our staff. It says a lot about our employees that are here, full-time staff, over 350 members of them. And then you look at our game day staff that are out there actually dealing with our fans each and every day, treating them as well as anybody can with smiles on their faces. They're our biggest fans, and they're here each and every day, and they're our best ambassadors.
Yeah, it's something you notice immediately. I noticed it right away when I got here. You notice the culture, and everybody here backs it up. It's not just a slogan on a card. It's something that you see that is in the air everywhere you go, all over the ballpark.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it should not be lip service. It is who we are. We are family, and those individuals out there that we're showing right now, like Diane, is a member of our family. And those GSRs, our ticket takers, our ushers, our parking attendants, everybody that has a touch point with our fans knows how important it is for us to treat them well.
Chance for Parra. That's a fair ball. Nice. Yasiel Puig not paying attention. Stop me if you've heard that before. They should have bases loaded and no outs right now.
Well, in his defense, with the kind of ground Gerardo Parra covers, he wasn't sure whether that ball was going to drop or not. But, leading off at first base, you had the best look of it at anybody in the ballpark, and still gets doubled off by a wide margin at second base. Nice play by Gerardo with the bare hand. Oh, boy. Saw the reaction of Jerry Hairston Jr., a very common reaction for those Dodger teammates of Yasiel Puig.
Well, that's something, Bob, and we saw that from Mark Ellis the other day after the missed cutoff throw. The reaction from his teammates on the field, it's starting to become something that you can see visibly out there nearly once a night. So that's a fielder's choice, 9-6 on the putout. And here's Hanley. That one is out of here. 3-0 LA. And Wade Miley had walked 3 of 4 at one point. Gives up the bloop hit to Harrison that was ruled a fielder's choice, and now Ramirez crushes his 19th of the year.
Those walks will kill you.
Especially when they start at the bottom of the order and then you roll around to the best hitters in that other team's lineup. And Hanley Ramirez jumping on that first delivery from Wade Miley spots the Dodgers to a 3-0 lead.
Well, still just the third inning. And Miley will now have to deal with Matt Kemp, who struck out to win the first. Derek, speaking about the investment from ownership, which has been tremendous. I know the payroll is way up this year from where it was at this point a season ago. What does 2014 look like in terms of the commitment on the field that the Diamondbacks make to their fans in terms of the personnel?
I think much of the same, Steve.
That's in the gap. Pollock cuts it off. Long single for Kemp.
Yeah, we are as high as we've been since we won the World Series with Bob at the helm. And, we're committed. Anytime we increase revenues, it's going to go right back into the product on the field or into the facility. And we have owners that have never taken a penny and put it in their pockets, and they don't intend to. So the more that we can increase revenues, it's going to benefit our product on the field because we're going to continue to invest there.
And I know you have to be very pleased with the job Mike Bell and his player development staff have done for the third year in a row. At least 3 Diamondbacks affiliates into the postseason at the minor league level.
Terrific. And it starts with Ray Montgomery and our scouting and the drafts that we've had, the successful drafts, and placing those players in the right affiliates, and the success we've now had at the minor league level with Mike, as you mentioned, Bob. He's done a terrific job, as well as all of our player development, our coaches, our managers at every level. They're all teaching the same fundamentals. It's the D-back way, and I couldn't be prouder. You're right. And there we are, winning championship after championship. This year we didn't have that fortune, but we still made it to postseason. These kids know what it means to be successful, to win on the field, and they keep developing. They keep moving up through our system, and we hope to see them here. We're all about player development, bringing guys up homegrown, and it's a pleasure to see guys like Paul Goldschmidt that have made it throughout every level along the way.
Just look on the field right now. You've got Montero behind the plate, Goldie at first. You've got Didi at short. You've got Eaton, Pollock, Parra in the outfield, all scouted, drafted, developed by the Diamondbacks.
And Miley as well. Yeah, it's a point of pride. It is, and you would love to see a team that is full of those that you develop from within, and that's really where we're heading. I mean, we want to make sure that we make smart acquisitions when it comes to free agents or even through the route of trading. Yet when it comes down to it, in a market like ours, you want to make sure that you have the best scouts possible so that you can scout properly, develop properly, retain those players through free agent years, at least through arbitration years, and keep promoting them from within.
Well, as Kevin Towers said, if it weren't for significant injuries that went 2 months at a time, we might be looking at a different outcome this year with this group.
I agree, and you hate to use injury as an excuse, but at what point this year, other than now, have we had this full team intact? You know, so much of the season we did not have Hill, we did not have we didn't have Miggy, we didn't have McCarthy, we didn't have Cahill, we didn't have Eaton all year, we didn't have Chavez most of the year. And again, you don't like to lean on that or use that as a crutch, but it is true. It's a fact.
I mean, Aaron Hill misses 60 games. There's your 3-hole
right.
hitter. Adam Eaton misses 90 games. There's your leadoff hitter. You miss Huddy for the whole season.
That's right.
And now probably more of next year. That adds up.
Yeah, and I'm asked all the time, do you have somebody that can protect Goldschmidt in the batting order in the lineup? Well, we've got those players. They can play up to expectations, or at least to the ability that we think they can. If Miggy's having a normal season, if Hill is healthy, Chavez can stay healthy. We've got those guys. Are we still going to look to improve in the offseason? You betcha we are. We're going to look for offense as well as pitching. I mean, we're never going to stop trying to improve this team, and we're willing to invest in it as well if we have to. You don't like to sacrifice the future. You don't like to mortgage the future and lose a lot of those minor leaguers that you have, because we do have a lot of depth and a lot of talent.
Well, according to ESPN, the magazine, the #1 franchise in all of Major League Baseball, the ultimate standings issue, the Diamondbacks are #1. Derek Hall is the president and CEO. Derek, thank you.
Steve, Bob, thanks, and congrats to all our employees.
Look at our Geico quote today, coming from Kirk Gibson last night. Of course, a big night last night. Paul Goldschmidt with his 34th home run. He's been our most dangerous guy, and he wants to play. He's a pretty good player. In fact, you might say he's the most valuable player. I could argue that, and guys, I'll tell you, asking more players today and his teammates about that, they can't imagine where they would be this season without Paul Goldschmidt. I think it's pretty simple. You look at it, the number of runs that he's driven in. Again, I mentioned this stat in the pregame show. 21 of the 34 home runs have come to either tie the game or go ahead in the game. I think that's the definition of clutch.
And there's a stat that quantifies that, actually, Jody. Win probability added, which is an attempt for from the sabermetric community to measure the word clutch, which is often considered a dirty word because people will tell you if it can't be measured, therefore it can't be valued. But there's a lot of value in Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, just about everywhere you look on the stat sheet. We talked about this earlier this season. I know you like to call them the counting stats, the one that traditional baseball people pay attention to, those right there on the screen. But even all the sabermetric measurements in this game, he is at the top or near the top in just about every important category.
And it comes down to the numbers, which are one argument, and the value to the team, which is another argument. Andrew McCutchen makes a tremendous case in Pittsburgh, and if they win the division title, that'll certainly strengthen his MVP candidacy. But in terms of where would they be without this guy, that's a no-brainer. 0-1 to A.J. Pollock after Adam Eaton leads off with a base hit. Diamondbacks trying to regroup after a 3-run Dodger third led by Hanley Ramirez. His moonshot is 19th of the year. And a rough inning there for Wade Miley.
Yeah, getting back somewhat to what Jody was talking about, Paul Goldschmidt and Brandon Phillips lead the majors in game-winning RBIs at 19. I mean, he not only gets his hits and his homers, he gets them when you need him the most.
It's funny because a lot of the sabermetricians will discount runs batted in, saying it's a stat of opportunity, and not everybody has the same opportunity, so it's not a fair way to measure performance. Not subscribing to that theory myself, but that's the argument. It's a great chicken and the egg argument, especially with the Reds and Phillips and Votto. Who's more valuable, Votto, who draws all those walks, or Phillips, who drives them in? Would Phillips have those opportunities if Votto weren't on base all the time? It goes back and forth.
Yeah, why for me this year is not the exception. It seems like every year when you talk about the MVP, there's at least a couple, maybe 3, 4, 5 candidates, and it's very hard to separate them because baseball's a team game. And if you don't have guys on base ahead of you, you're not going to pick up the RBIs. You know, it's just everything works together. But you know, since we do pick an MVP in both leagues, and we've watched Paul Goldschmidt all year, we're going to plead his case.
It's a case that almost sort of makes itself. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
And you just look at the numbers and all the key hits, the home runs to tie it, and then in the same game to win it. On and on and on. Up the middle, base hit for Pollock. Eaton will head for third. He's in there standing up. Diamondbacks answering here. Runners on the corners and nobody out. And here comes the potential NL MVP. Goldie hit by a pitch his first time up. And he is finishing this MVP caliber season with a September flourish, an 8-game hitting streak that includes 3 homers. He's batting about .550 during his 8-game streak with 11 RBIs. There's a strike, 0-1.
Well, I'm with you as far as the MVP. I think it is value to your team. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can compare guys from different ball clubs, but you know, Andrew McCutchen's a great player, and we're not demeaning him by any stretch of the imagination. But I think if you took Andrew McCutchen out of that Pirates lineup, they still have a lot of very talented, very accomplished players this season. I'm not so sure if you took Goldie out of this D-backs lineup all season long, they would even be within sniffing distance of anybody in the West.
Down the line in right. That's a fair ball. Adam Eaton will score. A.J. Pollock stops at third, and Goldie is in at second with a ground rule double. That's RBI number 119 for the National League leader, his 33rd double, and the Diamondbacks are on the board at 3-1. And they have the tying runs in scoring position and nobody out.
And this is part of the reason Goldie is so good. I mean, he is foul line to foul line dangerous. He can go deep to the opposite field. He can go way deep to his full field. This ball right down the right field line. Right on the chalk, as a matter of fact, and up and over into the Dodger bullpen. We've seen it all season long. There are certain hitters that you can play exaggerated pull shift and they will try to hit the ball through the shift. You have to play Paul Goldschmidt straight up all over the field because he hits the ball everywhere.
So Nolasco, staked to a 3-0 lead, has given up 3 straight base hits to open this half inning. And here's Prado, who singled his first time up. And another part of being the most valuable player and value to your team, how does that player do against your team's biggest rival in the biggest games in the division? Well, this year, Paul Goldschmidt versus the Dodgers, 9 for 18 with 14 RBIs. Ooh. He's the MVP. 0-1. Base hit down the line. That's a fair ball. Eaton scores. Here comes Goldie. It's in the corner. Puig loses the handle, and Prado hits for third. Safe. Yasiel Puig could not corral that in the corner. It allowed Goldie to score the tying run with ease, and Prado stands at third. Still nobody out.
Boy, just tomahawks that high pitch down into the right field corner once again. Tell you, Martin Prado never broke stride. I think he had every intention of going to third base regardless of what happened with Puig down there in the right field corner. We saw Adam Eaton run right in his face in the ball game last night, and now Prado does the same again today.
Aaron Hill continuing that theme, shoots it down the line in right, but just foul. So Nolasco gets a 3-0 lead in the top of the third. He opens the bottom of third by giving up a single to Eaton, a single to Pollock, a double by Goldie, and a triple to Prado. Still nobody out, and the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Drop that in there. It's 0-2. Aaron Hill has hit safely in 6 of his last 7 games. 5 of those have been multi-hit games. He strikes out. First out here in the third. No pep talk in the dugout. Hey, we got you 3 back. Let's start over.
Hey, don't worry about it, big boy. We got your back here. We'll get you back in the ball game. Just go do your thing.
Those two are tight. Goldie and Wade come into the ballpark a lot over the course of the year. They carpool together.
Now, don't mind those animal pelts on the floor in the back seat.
Skinning a deer in the back seat. Don't mind that. Here's Miggy. Martin Prado, the go-ahead run at third. More about the head-to-head with Goldie and Andrew McCutchen, and this is not to take anything away from Andrew McCutchen, who's a sensational player. But more numbers.
When Goldie hits, the D-backs win.
Win probability added measures clutch. It's a sabermetric number, and it has its own unique scoring system, but it measures or attaches a value to those base hits. In other words, a home run in the 8th is a lot more significant than a home run in the 2nd. And how big was your single? Did it come to win a game, or was it when you were down by 7 runs in the 4th? Those types of things. And you can see in terms of clutch, or as close as sabermetrics comes to that number, Goldie is way out in front. That one squeaks through, and Miggy gives the Diamondbacks the lead. It's 4-3. 5 hits in this inning against Ricky Nolasco. Not in our house.
It wasn't solid contact, but it was very well placed. That ball hits down near the trademark. You could see that bat wiggling after contact as the shock waves went up Miggy's arms, but He'll take it to drive in a run. Little ground ball through the left side. Keep the line moving.
And this is something we have not seen. The Diamondbacks hitting Ricky Nolasco like this. D-backs just faced Nolasco last Monday at Dodger Stadium, and he did a number on the Diamondbacks. Only 3 hits allowed in 6 2/3. Nolasco against the D-backs this year, as we mentioned, 3-0 in 3 starts with an ERA that starts with a 0, and 8-2 versus the Diamondbacks, Bob, in his career.
How about this? After the first 2 innings of the ball game today, Ricky Nolasco had given up a total of 3 runs to the Diamondbacks in 23 2/3 innings. He's given up 4 runs in this inning alone.
Handed a 3-0 lead in the top portion of this inning. And now it's 4-3 D-backs. Here's Didi. Grounded out his first time. That one is rolled to first. Hairston. Hanley gets the force on Miggy, and Gregorius is aboard.
Right fielder, Gerardo Parra.
There's Gerardo Parra. Reached on an error his first time. That was the ball that Nolasco deflected off his glove right to Hanley at short. Ramirez couldn't quite get a grip on it, and they ruled it E6, so here's Parra. Ricky Nolasco made his Dodgers debut July 9th after the trade from the Marlins. That was against the Diamondbacks right here at Chase Field. 7 innings of 4-hit ball for the win. Base hit for Parra. The line is moving. Gregorius heads for third, and Gerardo wants 2. He's in there. The foot is on the gas.
'38th double of the season for Parra. May have caught a break right there as that ball was cut off on its way to second base from Matt Kemp. Had a cement mixer slider up in the zone. Parra thinking 2 all the way. And you watch his play develop. Kemp throws the ball back into second base. Mark Ellis right there cuts it off. You can see Hanley Ramirez waiting for the throw right on the bag. That may have been a very close play.
Wade Miley shoots it down the line. That's a fair ball. Gregorius scores. Here comes Parra. And Wade Miley has a 2-out, 2-run double. It's a 6-run D-backs third. And Bob Brenly on the way to the airport. We're stopping at Taco Bell.
For the 39th time this season, that runs the taco total to 117 on the year.
They bat around in the third. 7 hits, 6 runs. Here's Eaton, who started it off with a single. Three doubles and a triple in this inning. How about Wade Miley? And this apparently is the Ricky Nolasco the Giants saw last Saturday. I mean, he has owned the Diamondbacks this year. But suddenly the wheels are off and flat in the third. LA chant. Not here, not today. 1-2 to Spanky. Breaking ball off Nolasco again. Hanley fields it this time, and he throws out Eaton. That one off the back, but the Diamondbacks answer the Dodgers' 3 spot with a 6-run third. They bat around and they take a 6-3 lead.
as well. He been mixing it up, changing speeds, and located his breaking ball pretty good. Something that probably in the past he never did. I mean, I remember facing him. Before this year started, I was like, I always like to face him, and this year I haven't got a hit off him. You know, well, it's just one of those things. But hopefully today everything changed. You know, today's a new day, and things can change.
Oh, things certainly did change in that last inning for the Diamondbacks against Ricky Nolasco, a 6-run inning where we saw 3 singles, 3 doubles, and a triple. And Miguel Montero certainly right. You never know what's going to happen on any given day, and this team was focused on trying to break through against Ricky Nolasco.
And Jody, the thing you love about that is the way they answered BB immediately. That 3, oh, you scored 3. All right, here's 6. And Scott Van Slyke leads off the 4th. Now it's up to Wade Miley to make that stick.
Put a 0 on the board right here. Get your team back in the dugouts. Take advantage of that momentum that they garnered in the bottom half of the 3rd.
He has struggled to find command. 69 pitches, 33 balls, and 36 strikes. There's strike 1 to Van Slyke. And Wade, as he's become more effective and efficient as the season has gone on, is going deeper into ball games. It's going to be a struggle based on the pitch count to do that here today, but he's gone more than 6 innings in 10 of his last 13 starts. So if he can find that form here for another 2 or 3 innings and make that 3-run lead stand, Diamondbacks can delay this Dodger celebration and send it on down the road. But he's gone full to the first hitter in the 4th. It's Van Slyke, Ellis in the pitcher spot, 7, 8, 9. Little roller near the mound, Miley. Away. Here's A.J. Ellis, who flied to center his first time.
Catcher, A.J. Ellis.
A.J. Ellis was hitting .264 for the season at the end of July. But much like last year, he has slumped down the stretch. Since the beginning of August, he's hit .165. And that average for the year has dropped by 30 points.
Yeah, Wade Miley, kind of an unusual finish off the mound. You'll see the end of the play right here. Little shovel toss on to Paul Goldschmidt for the out.
It would look like kind of a shovel pass almost.
Yeah. Can be dangerous, but Wade managed to get it today. Anytime you go that backhanded shovel toss, you know, when you're throwing it underhanded, you can control it. This is what I wanted to point out for Wade Miley. Watch how he falls off the mound to the third base side, and on a ball hit to the right side, he knows he has to get over there and cover. Turns his back completely to the hitter, but recovered in time to get to that ball and get the easy out at first base. Al Leiter, I think, was probably the first guy I really saw do that. Every time a ground ball was hit to the right side, Al would do that reverse pivot, turn his back to the hitter, and sprint over to the first base side. Once you've rotated that far around to the left side of the infield, it's probably quicker just to keep turning that direction.
2-2. Well, despite all the troubles that Wade has had, he's still given up only 3 hits. The command has been the issue. He's walked 3. But the Hanley home run in the 3rd, the 3-run shot, was the big blow. That one's driven to the gap in left center field. Off the base of the wall, Spanky Eaton plays the carom, and A.J. Ellis is in at second with a 1-out double. His 16th double this year. And Nolasco will hit. He walked and scored his first time. Miley walked Nolasco to lead off the third. He came in on the Hanley homer. There's the strike, 0-1. Looks good. You know, I think we should campaign to do a show from up there next year. Just park us up on the Friday's Front Row Sports Grill.
I know back in the day, Tom Brenneman and I did a game from up there. It's a once again a very different perspective, but boy, is the food good.
I don't know, once a series maybe then.
At least we know there'll be food there.
Good point.
Our pool show is sketchy.
It's a sad state of affairs.
Everybody else seems to have good chow out at the ramtrucks.com pool, but somehow we missed out.
Funny how that works. Yeah, they got food. Look, they're grilling out there. That wasn't even turned on when we were out there in April. Something about, I don't know, they're out of charcoal. I forget what the excuse was. 1-2. Yeah, that could, well, the reason is because you can't do a game like that.
I guess that's true. We could take turns talking and eating.
Maybe that's it. He's gone full now to the pitcher after walking Nolasco the first time.
You know, this is not meant as a slam on Jim Joyce, the home plate umpire, but it is a fact that depending on the plate umpire, Wade Miley might be pitching a much better game at this point. Jim Joyce has a very small strike zone. He forces you to throw it over the white part of the plate. And a lot of those pitches that have missed the zone haven't missed by much, if at all.
That's the fourth walk of the game issued by Miley. And the second time he's walked the pitcher. AT&T Twitter poll time as Cecile Puig steps in with 2 on and 1 out. Positives will outweigh his negatives in the postseason. Yes or no? Tweet your vote to @FoxSports.AZ.
I don't know if there's any way to answer that question for sure. I mean, it could go either way and possibly quite drastically one way or the other. We know he's a tremendous offensive talent, has unbelievable power and speed, but boy, he will leave you scratching your head from time to time.
Well, this just in this series, this was the lack of a cutoff throw, and Mark Ellis was standing at second base with his arms over his head. Other play is there. And then he got picked off of a bunt attempt by Crawford. And then when Jerry Hairston dropped that ball in, Puig really had nowhere to go, but it wasn't perhaps as close as it might have been. And you can see the reaction from his teammates, and this is a guy that needs to be talked to all the time. Educated and supported almost simultaneously. You want to do this next time, don't do that next time. But at the same time, you have to show some support for the teammate. It's a delicate line that some of these Dodger veterans are finding themselves walking.
Now there's been a lot of talking. You just wonder how much Puig has been listening.
And on the other hand, he could do that. He might have a playoff game where he hits 3 home runs. That one is high in the air, but right to Gerardo Parra. 2 down. So Puig is 0 for 2. He has walked once.
Well, we mentioned the Wade Miley pitch count. His next delivery will put him at the 90 mark in the 4th inning. He's had 6 full counts already in this ball game.
He's always right around the plate, as you mentioned, and he just hasn't been able to get those calls from Jim Joyce. Those are the pitches by innings, and as you can see, he has been laboring since the first batter of the ball game.
Talked about it before. Major league average right around 16 pitches per inning. Obviously anything less than that is gravy. Anything more than that and you're looking at an early exit.
Short right. Aaron Hill going out there. Parra calls him off and they strand 2. We go to the bottom of the 4th. The Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 6-3. CenturyLink, your link to what's next coming up for the Diamondbacks. All kinds of offense. 6 runs in the 3rd. We'll see if the bats stay hot in the 4th when we come back. Final regular home series of the year against the Nationals. Before the game on Friday, a pub crawl in downtown Phoenix, and fans who purchase a ticket through dbacks.com/downtownphx will get a D-backs beer stein. Get your tickets online, dbacks.com/downtownphx. There's also a social media night for those of you on the Twitter. Enjoy a pregame Q&A session with me and some of the other players. The Gub will be there as well. Greg Schulte, Daniel Hudson, and some of the Diamondback players. And you'll get a limited edition D-backs tee. Tickets online, dbacks.com/D-backs social. And that should be fun. So the final home series of the year after the last road trip. We go to Colorado and then San Diego. Diamondbacks with 8 hits in the ball game, 7 of them coming in that last half inning when they scored 6 runs. Dodgers put up a 3 spot in the top of the third. Hanley Ramirez a 3-run homer. And in the home half of the third, the Diamondbacks batted it around. They answered with 6 runs on 7 hits, and they lead at 6-3. Pollock, Goldie, Prado, 2, 3, and 4 here in the fourth.
A big inning here, not only for Ricky Nolasco, but in the bigger picture for the Dodgers. I mean, this is a guy that's been their horse behind Clayton Kershaw and Zach Greinke. He has been as good as those guys since coming to the Dodgers, and all of a sudden his last start he got banged around by the Giants, gives up 7 knocks and 6 runs in 1 inning here today. If Ricky Nolasco doesn't settle in and do it quickly, that's going to raise a lot of red flags in Dodger Nation.
He strikes out Pollock. Well, 2 weeks ago, I would have told you just from, a distance that if it were up to me, he'd be my game 3 starter over Ryu. And now, I probably think differently. Because that's been their question when they get to the postseason and they need a game 3. Obviously, you're going Kershaw and Greinke, but who starts game 3? Is it Nolasco? Is it Ryu? Things can change quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Goldie. RBI double. He scored a run his last time. First pitch swinging right back to the mound. 2 up, 2 down.
That's where Nolasco's ability to change speeds on that curveball is a really good weapon for him. Had Goldie out in front that time, just cued it off the end of the bat, little tapper back to the mound. He throws a much harder curveball than that has a lot of downward movement, but that particular curveball he uses kind of like a changeup.
It comes in at 75 miles an hour or so. He throws it about 15% of the time. Usually it's 4-seam, 2-seam, hard slider. But we've seen him feature a lot of breaking stuff here today. And it was working early, and then the third inning just exploded on him. Martin Prado 2 for 2, singled in the first. A 2-run triple. He scored a run in the third. Another hit batter. That is 5 Diamondbacks who have been hit by pitches in the last 2 games, and now the benches are being worn by Jim Joyce.
Well, that one was on a breaking ball.
3 batters were hit last night. Davidson in the first, Montero in the third, and Hill in the fourth. And then today, Goldie was hit in his first at bat, and now Prado has been plunked in the fourth. Here's Jim Joyce, the home plate umpire.
Well, and Jim Joyce and the rest of this crew is well aware of the history between these 2 teams. And even though that was a curveball that just got away from Nolasco that time, he's going to issue warnings, which really penalizes the Diamondbacks. If you had any thoughts about retaliation, now your pitcher and manager would be ejected.
Well, you'll have to see, but the Dodger pitchers have now hit 5 Diamondback batters in 13 innings. D-backs lead at 6-3. We go to the 5th. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Leading off for LA, Hanley Ramirez. Last time up, he hit that 3-run homer. Part by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Mazda, we believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. And by Lone Butte Casino, you're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. Well, this is plate umpire Jim Joyce talking to Gibby and Charles Nagy, and Gibby seems to be taking it pretty well after both benches were warned. And Bob, you pointed out this is really a disadvantage for the Diamondbacks, despite the fact they're the team that's keep getting plunked.
Yeah, and that's just the way it works. Once warnings are issued, if in Jim Joyce's estimation, one of the Diamondbacks pitchers hits a Dodger, in his estimation, intentionally, not only is the pitcher ejected, but Kirk Gibson is ejected from the ball game. So, you know, the Dodgers basically landed 2 punches, and we weren't able to even fire one back.
And keep in mind, this is the last meeting of the year, so today we finish all family business, I guess.
Oh, no, we got spring training next year. We got next season. These things carry on forever.
We'll see you in Sydney. We'll knock you down under. Here's Hanley, who's 2 for 2, including a long homer his last time up. Now, the question is, you put this in your back pocket. You're leading 6-3. You want to avoid the celebration here, kind of save it for next year. Or do you just start dropping guys right here?
Well, I think you've got to win the ball game. Obviously, that's what we're here for. We want to rain on the Dodgers parade, but you know, it'll be filed away. Ball players and managers and pitching coaches are a lot like elephants. They have long memories. It may take years to get your payback.
There's a strike. Miley quickly fell behind again, 3-0. He's thrown 94 pitches now, 49 strikes and 45 balls. Base hit for Hanley. He's 3 for 3. Other part of that equation is this, based on pitch count, figures to be Wade's last inning. Plunk a guy and send him to the shower. That's always on the table.
Well, Will Harris is warming up in the Diamondbacks bullpen because that pitch count is creeping up there. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Hey, I'm leaving the ball game anyway. I'll take somebody with me.
He's warming up in a hurry. Matt Kemp singled his last time, 1 for 2. Whatever Jim Joyce's explanation was, Gibby seemed to be taking it well, with a smile on his face.
Yeah, they both walked away laughing, so I'm not sure what the gist of the conversation was, but nobody seemed to be too upset about it.
Can you intentionally hit guys with breaking balls to kind of make it look better?
Well, you can. I mean, you know, kind of defeats the purpose when you hit a guy with a 72-mile-an-hour breaking ball.
But the guy goes, hey, it's a curve. I wasn't trying to hit him. It's a curveball.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
We've heard that excuse before.
Don Mattingly said after the brawl back in June at Dodger Stadium, it's something clearly baseball didn't want to see. Nobody wants to be part of it. On the other hand, a little bad blood is not a bad thing. Didi Gregorius, nice play at short. Aaron Hill, they turn the double play. Quick hands by Didi at short. Let's make that our Chaz Roberts air conditioning. Cool, play the game. Watch the glove and the hands of Didi.
And watch how deliberate he is. He knows that's a very hard hit ball. You got a couple of Dodger base runners who are not running well at all, so he doesn't rush the play. Makes sure to make a good throw to Aaron Hill. Turns into an easy double play.
The hands here and the transfer, so impressive. All while backing up too. Mark Ellis. And that has been a big part of Wade Miley's repertoire lately, the double play ball. He's become one of baseball's best ground ball pitchers. In fact, his ground ball rate this year over 52%, which is up about 10% over last year. In fact, Wade Miley now 6th among all major league starters in ground ball rate, so that's an effective weapon for him.
Yeah, it serves you well when you pitch half your games in this ballpark. another couple games probably in Colorado. Yeah, you definitely want guys on the mound that can throw that ground ball, keep the ball out of the air.
Trevor Cahill with that two-seam sinking fastball. Same school of thought. We talked about how Brandon McCarthy last night is a pitch to contact guy. They want you to hit it to the Orr defenders. One and two. Popped him up. Prado Montero. They erase that leadoff single, send us to the bottom of the fifth with a 6-3 Diamondbacks lead.
Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
More reasons to become a 2014 Diamondbacks season ticket holder. This has been a very exciting series. We had that great game when we opened it up on Monday. The D-backs won with only 2 hits, a 2-1 ball game. Last night was a wild one, a little bit of everything, and the same can be said this afternoon. A rough day for Wade Miley, lots of offense, and a few hit batters and some benches have been worn, so we've got a ways to go here as we kiss off the Dodgers in 2013. Montero, Gregorius, Parra, 6, 7, and 8 here in the Arizona fifth. Oh and 2. Miggy an RBI single his last time. He's 1 for 2. Back with you tomorrow from Coors Field, Colorado. Diamondbacks live pregame show. 4:30. Got a 5:10 start on that one. Jesse Wentz says Joe S. Montero strikes out to open the fifth. Here's Didi. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored his last time off. He's 0 for 2. In the air to center, Matt Kemp drifting toward right. 2 up, 2 down in the fifth.
Well, we showed you that Didi double play in the last half inning. This is how close you are from making a great play or making an error. Watch this ball hit way up near the end of the fingertips and curl right up into the pocket of the glove. Another quarter of an inch, that ball hits off the tip of the glove and goes on into left field. Well, that's where you know your tools. That's why guys are so particular about their gloves. Didi knows if he gets leather on the ball, it's likely to suck right into the pocket of that glove.
And players, from what I have experienced, they'll hand you all the bats you want. When you ask to touch their glove, what are you, nuts? No way. Very protective of their gloves. Bats, they'll let other guys use them. Well, guys on other teams use them. Sure. We've seen that all year long, but don't touch that glove. Well, some guys are a little fussy. They change gloves in the middle of an inning. We've seen some catchers do that. They're a fussy lot, these baseball players.
Tools of the trade.
Ram trucks. Tools. Oh, sorry. There it is. A.J. Ellis. That one apparently is the backup. Although I know that guys have special mitts, BB, for knuckleball pitchers, obviously. But would catchers have different mitts for different guys who aren't knuckleball pitchers, per se?
I've never really known of catchers that do that. What they will do occasionally, if you're catching a guy that throws extremely hard, you may see them use more padding underneath the glove. But the glove itself, once you've got one broken in, once you've got that gamer ready to go, you're going to stick with it until it absolutely completely blows out. I mean, guys will relace the webbing, add some more stuffing, undo the lacing all the way around the heel of the glove, stuff some more stuffing in there, and then relace it.
Gerardo Parra. He's aboard for the third time today. Reached on an error, doubled and scored, and now a 2-out single. Matt Davidson will hit for Miley.
Number 24, Matt Davidson.
The Phantom Cam.
A lot of room up the middle of the field. Mark Ellis was playing par to pull a little bit. Gets that one just past the mound and through that big hole in the middle of the Dodgers infield.
So if you're catching every day, and A.J. Ellis, for example, catches most of the games for the Dodgers, how long does one of those gamers last before you have to repatch it?
If you get lucky, you can get through an entire season with your game glove. Of course, you don't use it if you're catching pitchers in the bullpen on a side session or whatever the case may be. You use your backup glove for alternates. But if you've got a good game mitt, a lot of guys can get through an entire season. Usually I use 2 mitts for 1 year. Now Jerry Hairston, he's got a whole duffel bag full of mitts. Infield glove, outfield glove, first base glove. Different glove for middle infield as opposed to third base.
And we saw last night Skip Schumacher was double switched into the game midway through at second base. And then when it's moved to center field after another double switch, he jogged in, handed in his second base glove, got his outfield glove, and ran out to center field. Davidson strikes out. They strand Parra. We are through 5. The Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 6-3. you can enjoy exclusive benefits, a flexible 12-month payment option, and a plan that's just right for you. If you don't think you can make all 81 home games, we've got you covered with half-season plan or a weekend plan. Just go to games on the weekends. Or if you don't want to miss a single moment of baseball, go all in with full season tickets. So buy or renew for 2014 by calling 602-462-4600 or log on to dbacks.com/tickets as we're set for the sixth inning. All the runs scored in the third. LA got 3. Arizona answered with 6. And the new pitcher is Will Harris.
Will had a little bit of a rough go against the Rockies, pitching against his former team. Might have been trying to do a little bit too much. Just do what you do, Will. Throw that cutter away from the right-handed hitters. Drop in an occasional curveball.
Juan Uribe leads off the LA sixth. Uribe, Van Slyke, and A.J. Ellis. 6, 7, and 8 against Will Harris. Uribe 0 for 2. He struck out looking in the second. Other than that blip on the radar that Bob mentioned, Will Harris has pitched very well as of late. He has held the opposition scoreless in 14 of his last 17 games. Called up from AAA Reno May 8th. We all looked, oh, who's this Will Harris guy? Whew, he has been something else. A real find for the Diamondback bullpen this year. He's gotten some big outs. And one of the few guys they have there, BB, that you can really dial up when you need that strikeout. We can't have the other team put the ball in play here. We need a punch out. And he can deliver. That one is delivered to the gap in right center. That's off the wall. Uribe has a double. Just missed a home run. 19th double for Juan Uribe. Leadoff man on for the Dodgers here in the sixth.
The only issue with that cut fastball, if you just throw it away, eventually a hitter's going to reach out there and do what Juan Uribe did. Drive it to the opposite field. Bounce that one off the fence right in front of the RamTrucks.com pool. Occasionally you have to throw that cutter basically right at the legs of a right-handed hitter and try to cut it back to the inside corner just to prove to them that you can throw it on both sides of the plate.
And the cutter from the right-hand pitcher breaks away from the right-hand hitter, right?
Yeah.
Scott Van Slyke has walked and grounded out 0 for 1.
I mean, we've talked throughout this series, these Dodgers hitters almost to a man. Real good when they can get their arms extended on pitches from the middle of the plate away.
It's the breaking ball in there for a strike.
We've seen a lot of them have trouble with sinkers down and in, four-seam fastballs down and in underneath the right-handed hitter's hands. You've got to show that you can throw that pitch in there, make them respect the fastball on the inside part of the plate, and then that opens up the outside part for that cutter.
Coming in again here. Elevated, blew it right by him, 1-2.
Sometimes the advanced scouting reports can be very, very simple on an opposing batter. As you get a look at Will Harris from our Phantom Cam. A guy like Scott Van Slyke. That's a curveball. You see him leading with the heel of his hand. The top spin on that baseball as it heads toward home plate. Now, talking about a guy like Scott Van Slyke, it's very simple. Up is better than down. Hard is better than soft.
Why is up better than down?
Yeah, I think he's a real good low ball hitter. Really takes advantage of that long frame and those long arms. He can cover pitches down there below his knees and hit them with authority. Off-speed pitches, because his swing is a little long, he tends to catch up to those a little better than a real good fastball.
That's the pitch they got a called strike on earlier in the at-bat. He laid off there just in time, and now it's even 2-2. Chaz Rowe from the right-hand side, Joe Thatcher from the left. They both pitched last night. It was Thatcher, in fact, who got that big double play ball that Van Slyke hit in the seventh. 2-2. That's a fair ball down the left field line. Breaking ball, he knocks into the corner. Uribe scores. Van Slyke has a double, and it's a 6-4. Diamondbacks lead. His 8th double this year. Back-to-back doubles off Will Harris to open the LA 6th.
Up is better than down, hard is better than soft, and that time just rolled a curveball up there, down in the zone. And that's his wheelhouse. Fortunate that ball was hit on the ground. It ends up a double, and the Dodgers pull within 2.
A.J. Ellis doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Nolasco's spot is due up next. He's in the on-deck circle.
See Adrian Gonzalez kind of hiding down the dugout steps. There he comes. Had a helmet on, had a bat in his hand briefly. I just don't see any way the Dodgers would let Nolasco take an at bat here if they have a chance to possibly add on some runs.
Keep looking down to the Dodger bullpen. There's some stirring down there, but there's no throwing.
I think they're just kind of waiting to see what happens, not only in this at bat by A.J. Ellis, but then is Don Mattingly going to let Nolasco take the at bat? He might send him up there to put down a sac bunt, depending on what happens here, or he might take him down for a pinch hitter.
3-1. Base hit by Prado by Gregorius. They stop Van Slyke at third. And the Dodgers have the tying runs aboard with no outs.
Well, we showed you Adrian Gonzalez. It's going to be Michael Young instead to take the at bat for Ricky Nolasco.
For Ricky Nolasco, number 10, Michael Young.
Well, we saw Michael Young last night. He got the start at third base, moved over to first after Gonzalez was ejected. Young last night was 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. Kirk Gibson. Phone rings in the Diamondback bullpen. Glenn Sherlock answers, and Will Harris exits. Chaz Rowe coming in. We'll take a break. Dodgers threatening here in the 6th. game. Diamondbacks and Dodgers for the final time here in 2013. Will Harris has left. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks, the right-hander Chaz Rowe. Chaz Rowe pitched last night in the ball game. Faced one batter. Yasiel Puig gave up a single. He'll work to a pinch hitter here. Michael Young steps in. Ricky Nolasco tied a career high. He allowed 6 runs in 1 inning. Back in the third. He had a 3-0 lead. He left down 6-3. He exits now for the pinch hitter Young with the tying runs on base and nobody out. 1-0. Young's had a good series. 2 of those 4 hits in his start last night. High in the air, Pars in right. Scott Van Slyke's on third base, and here we go. Here's the throw, and it is not in time. The run scores. A.J. Ellis moves up to second. It's a 1-run ball game.
Miggy got behind the ball. You see, he had all his momentum. Unfortunately, that throw tails into foul territory. Miguel Montero tried to pick it clean on a hop and apply a sweep tag to Van Slyke. If he gets the ball, they might have a play. That throw got by Miggy and hit Jim Joyce, the home plate umpire, ricocheted over toward the Dodgers on deck circle.
That is a sacrifice fly, an RBI, and an error on Gerardo Parra. E9 brings Ellis to second, and Yasiel Puig steps in. Tying run on second, 1 out. Puig is 0 for 2. He walked in the third. Rolled up the line to first. Goldie has it. That's the second out. A.J. Ellis to third. And here's Jerry Hairston Jr. with 2 outs. Hairston is 0 for 3. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored in that third. Came in on the Hanley Ramirez homer. Dodgers led 3-0 in the top of the third. Diamondbacks answered in the home half with 6 runs on 7 hits. They batted around against Nolasco. Ellis tying run at third with 2 outs.
Yeah, for me, I'd like to see Martin Prado back up about 3 steps down there at third base. Gary Hairston Jr. rarely, if ever, tries to bunt for a base hit, and we talked about it in L.A. He tries to pull everything right down that third baseline. Yeah, Martin backing up a little bit down there at third.
I remember you saying that in the Dodger series. Once in every at bat, he will pull a home run foul.
Way foul.
Nice pitch there by Chaz, 1-2. We back the D-backs. 4 games against the Dodgers, 4 different T-shirts. Thanks to all of you who joined us at Chase Field. Final time against the Dodgers in 2013, trying to send their division title party somewhere else. A win here in L.A. clinches the NL West. Bounce to short, Didi Gregorius.
The Dodgers get 2, but Chaz Rowe strands that tying one at third to maintain a 6-5 D-backs lead. CenturyLink, your link to what's next coming up. The top of the order for the D-backs. Donovan McNabb, Andy Roddick, Carissa Thompson as they bring you all the scores, news, and highlights you need. Catch Fox Sports Live nightly on Fox Sports 1. Set for the home half of the 6th, the Chase Field. Another exciting ball game, D-backs and Dodgers. It's a 6-5 game now as Brandon League comes on. And he will pitch for L.A.
League with an inning and a third in the ball game last night, gave up a couple of hits, struck out a batter, otherwise zeros across the board for the Dodger right-hander.
Michael Young, who hit for Nolasco in that inning, will take over at first base. He replaces Jerry Hairston Jr. So the pitcher spot is now second in the order, and Young is sitting 9th. Adam Eaton 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the third. Part of that 6-run D-backs third. They had 7 hits and batted around.
Don Mattingly sure likes to use that double switch. Even here in September with the expanded rosters, you've got plenty of players available not only on the bench but in the bullpen. 7 spots away from the pitcher spot in the lineup, but he possibly wanted to leave Michael Young in this game and therefore makes the double switch.
Adam Eaton strikes out, 1 away for League here in the 6th.
Usually the only reasons you would use a double switch is if you want to get multiple innings out of your pitcher and make sure his spot doesn't come to the plate, or you've got a short bench. You don't have pinch hitters available to use, so you make the double switch so you don't have to burn one of your players as a pinch hitter.
A.J. Pollock singled and scored in the third. He's 1 for 3. A.J. tied with the Rockies' Nolan Arenado for the league lead in doubles among rookies. Only Yasiel Puig has scored more runs among NL rookies. Up the middle, and A.J.'s aboard. He's 2 for 4. Really having a good September, A.J. Pollock. Phantom Cam.
It's very well placed. A soft grounder right back up the middle of the field. Got down near the trademark, but A.J. gets enough to guide it back up the middle of the field for 1 out base hit.
And a base runner for Goldie. Hit by a pitch in the first. RBI double and scored in the third. He tapped back to the mound his last time. There's a strike, 0-1. Six for 12 in the series. It seemed like it was about a week ago that he was inching below 290. Now he's well over 300. An 8-game hitting streak. Make it 9 with a base hit today. Keeping an eye on A.J. Pollock, who is 12 for 15 in stolen base attempts this year. A.J. part of a double steal with Goldie last night. Long look down to Matt Williams at third. Diamondbacks about hit the Dodgers 10-8. Each team has left 6 on base. D-backs, as soon as this ball game is over, watch Diamondbacks Live, the post-game show. On a plane to Colorado, Coors Field, take on the Rockies. Right now, Rockies hosting the Cardinals. That game's 4-4 in the 7th. Kicks away from A.J. Ellis. A.J. moves up. Moving up the charts. Wild pitch charge to Brandon League puts Pollock in scoring position, and a 3-2 count to Paul Goldschmidt. Right field, Yasiel Puig has room. A.J. Pollock tags and hits for third, and it's a wild throw that has to be backed up by League. Puig did it again. He threw it way over Uribe's head at third, and a heads-up play by League. Otherwise, that's a run for the Diamondbacks.
A scary catch to begin with, and then another airmail throw. Yeah, he makes. We gave you our Twitter poll question brought to you by AT&T earlier in the ball game. Will the positives outweigh his negatives in the postseason? Apparently not.
You wonder. I mean, it's been a whole series where he's had to throw to either second or third and just hit a cutoff man, and it's been too much to ask so far. And fielding this ball, BB, was no sure thing.
You know, and it makes you wonder, should the Dodgers advance deep into the postseason, you're going to have a ballpark with 50 or 60,000 people. Bright lights shining, biggest game, biggest stage. I mean, here we are on a Thursday afternoon playing against a team that's 9.5 games behind you in the standings, and he's throwing the ball all over the diamond. What's going to happen when the pressure's on?
1-0. There's the strike, 1-1. Martin Prado been on base 3 times today. Singled in the first. 2-run triple. He scored a run in the third, and he was hit by a pitch his last time up. Dodger pitchers have hit 5 D-backs batters in the last game and a half. Ooh, that one almost got behind Ellis for a run.
Martin Prado has been the Robin to Paul Goldschmidt's Batman this year. The two of them leading the team in RBIs. Goldie obviously with a huge advantage, but Martin Prado with 76 driven in. The only two players on the D-backs roster over 50 RBI.
Short right. Here comes Puig. He corrals that one. They strand Pollock at third, and we are through 6. The Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 6-5. Hey fans, Sunday season finale of the 10th inning, and we will hear from Michael Brenly, the son of D-backs legend Bob Brenly, about his journey from bat boy to the minor leagues. Check out the great moments during the D-backs alumni reunion show. It's the 10th inning, the season finale, brought to you by CenturyLink this Sunday, 4 and 10, right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Gonzo's everywhere. Hanley Ramirez at a long home run in the third. He's 3 for 3. His homer providing all 3 Dodger runs in that third. Diamondbacks answered with 6 in the home half. And Hanley, despite the back trouble, had a couple of cortisone shots last week, is having a big September. He's hitting better than .360 this month with 4 homers. He's hit in 9 of his last 10. This was Hanley Ramirez in the third. He did not get cheated.
Well, you watch his approach, that leg kick. The front foot comes down a little bit closer to home plate. That's what hitting coaches and pitching coaches call diving. Hanley Ramirez has absolutely no fear right now. He's not getting pitched inside very much. He's just diving in there and whirly-birding everything he sees.
Left field at the wall and gone. Tie game at 6-6. Ramirez has hit his second today. That's number 20 on the season. And he's 4 for 4.
Absolutely no fear whatsoever on the part of Hanley Ramirez that he's going to be pitched inside hard. Hanging slider, no doubt about it. Don Drysdale said it, former Dodger great, when he was pitching in the major leagues. His quote was, "A pitcher needs to find out if a hitter is timid. If he is timid, the pitcher has to remind the hitter that he is timid." Well, there's obviously nothing timid about the swings that Hanley Ramirez has been taking against the Diamondbacks this year.
His 14th career multi-homer game. 20 on the year now, and he's tied it up. He's driven in 4 of LA's 6 runs. And here's Matt Kemp, who's 1 for 3. And of course, as we plan to fly to San Diego, or Colorado, pardon me, right after the ball game, it's tied up late in the game. And this has been a recurring theme this year. Getaway day for the D-backs. You ain't getting away easy. That one was inside, 2-0. There has been a plane waiting on the tarmac after a game for the Diamondbacks 35 times this season. This is number 36. 11 of those games have gone into extra innings. And here we are in the 7th, 6-6, and the plane is on the runway. 11 extra inning games on getaway days, and not just, 10 or 11. We'll go 14, we'll go 16, we'll go 18 on you. Diamondbacks, by the way, in those 11 extra inning getaway day games are 10-1.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a portrait of Matt Kemp with the frame and everything. 3-0. He worked him inside the entire at bat, but couldn't throw a strike, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Matt Kemp. So a homer, a long one, and a walk from Chaz Rowe to open the 7th. Conference time. Phone rings in the Diamondback bullpen. Charles Nagy on one end, Glenn Sherlock on the other. And Josh Colmenter is throwing. Joe Thatcher up as well.
I think it's a pretty good idea to keep Joe Thatcher and/or Tony Sipp or Yuri De La Rosa. One of the left-handers has to be close to being ready, because Don Mattingly has 6 left-handed hitters available off his bench today, including Adrian Gonzalez, Carl Crawford, Skip Schumacher. Andre Ethier, we're not so sure of his availability, but obviously he's got some left-handed hitting weapons over there on the bench. Be wise to keep a lefty ready.
And Kirk Gibson is going to go to his right-hander here to face Mark Ellis. So Chaz Rowe stranded a big run at 3rd in the 6th, but he's had a rough start to the 7th. And hold the phone. Gibby doesn't want the ball just yet. He's just waiting for Jim Joyce to come say hello. And now the move is made. Exit Rowe, enter Colmenter. We're back after this. The glove. Aaron Hill. Taking a a base hit away. And then Gerardo Parra with a throwing arm.
Boy, there are very few right fielders in the game that can make that particular play. Running away from your target, bare hand the ball, throw off balance, right on the money in time to get a force play at second base.
If he does not win a Gold Glove this year, we're going to have to launch an investigation. Josh Colmenter comes in what is now a tie game after the home run by Ramirez to open the inning. Matt Kemp is at first. And now Colmenter will work to Mark Ellis. 45th appearance for Josh this year. And as usual, outstanding numbers. Ellis is 0 for 3. And Beebe with the Diamondbacks in all likelihood not going to the postseason. Is this your playoff series, these 4 games?
Well, it certainly had that feel about it. Maybe we're overreacting, but all these games have felt like that kind of tension and pressure, and every base runner is so vitally important. Every at bat is important. Every defensive play has felt very important. Yeah, I like to think that the Diamondbacks have approached this series like their playoffs.
There has been something exciting in every ball game. They won the first one on 2 hits and a whole bunch of offense last night. It's been a wild one here today. Goldie no play at second. They move Kemp along, and Ellis is the first out.
I love the way Goldie plays those sack bunts. He always takes a look at the lead runner. You never know what's going on behind you as a defender. Maybe the guy stumbled. Maybe he got a bad jump off of first base. Always take a look at the lead runner. You're still going to have plenty of time to get the out at first base.
So the go-ahead run is in scoring position. 1 out. Here's Juan Uribe. Doubled and scored his last time up. 1 for 3. Home run swing. 1-1. Another fastball up from Josh Colmenter. As Bob has mentioned, he has consistently demonstrated that ability to throw fastballs or from the belt up and be effective. Down that time, Uribe got it, but popped it up to Parra in around. Kemp stays put at second, 2 down. Josh Colmenter is not a short timer. In there for the long haul. No National League relief pitcher has worked more in terms of innings than Josh Colmenter. And he'll work to Scott Van Slyke with 2 outs and Kemp on second.
And none of those innings really what you would consider just coming in and mopping up.
That's the thing.
Yeah, he's come in some real high leverage situations and then continued on for another 2 or 3 or 4 innings into the ball game.
It's work, comes in the 10th and gets you to the 14th or 15th.
Yeah.
And, you know, and obviously in extra innings, there's no margin for error there. You have to be perfect. And he has been that more so than not this year. Van Slyke an RBI double. He scored a run his last time up. He also walked back in the second. That's out of play. We saw this matchup last week in LA, and it was Colmenter and Van Slyke in extras, and Van Slyke, the pinch hit walk-off home run.
Better up and down, better hard than soft. A change up, down and in, where Van Slyke could catch up to it with that long swing.
Let's see if he stays up here in this at bat. 1-1 count. Just saw the homer. And now that he's ahead 1-2, maybe a high fastball. See if you can get him to bite on it and get the punch out.
You saw Miggy signal for the pitch up, which indicates fastball. You don't throw off-speed pitches up in the zone. Oh, just got a piece.
Went upstairs, got him to chase, but he just stays alive.
Well, Miggy goes through the signs, and then at the very end, palm up. It's always going to be a fastball.
He waited that time to stand. Oftentimes you'll see the catchers crouch up like that very early before the pitcher even comes set. Going upstairs again, he fouls it off again.
It's very important that the Diamondbacks outfielder, should there be a base hit to the outfield right here, charge hard and get off an accurate throw. Matt Kemp out there at second base has not been running well at all in this series. He's barely hobbling from one base to the other.
Kemp coming off ankle and hamstring injuries that had him on the DL since the end of July. Another 1-2 pitch. Popped him up. This one stays in the yard. Goldie. And they strand Kemp at second, but the Dodgers get another home run from Hanley, and they've tied it at 6.
They have earned the title of our APS Energy All-Stars today. That's right, 3 singles, 3 doubles, a triple, bringing home 6 runs in that inning. Good to see Wade Miley getting in on it as he gave up 3 runs in the top of the inning, but the D-backs, the offense, came back, and he helped out as well. And so here we stand, though, guys, tied at 6. This has been a battle. It's been an interesting series, and it's really no surprise to me, at least, that the series finale is playing out like this.
Well, why stop now, Jody? You're right. This is it. Last time this year, these two have been neck and neck. Season series. Diamondbacks are going to win it, but it's been very close so far. They lead LA 10-8 this season as we play the final game. This is the third year in a row the Diamondbacks have beaten the Dodgers in the season series. Down the line and left, off the glove of Uribe, still got time, and he throws out Aaron Hill. Juan Uribe with a long throw deep in the hole at third.
Uribe actually ended up in foul territory by the time he actually makes his throw across the diamond. Ball hit him in the heel of the glove. Fortunately for him, didn't get far away. He's always had a strong throwing arm from that left side of the infield and gets it over there just in time to get Aaron Hill.
Diamondbacks have 10 hits, but 7 of them came in that third inning. And since the third, they've had only 2 singles. So the offense has hit a dry spell here. As Don Mattingly, guess what, Bob? Going to double switch.
Oh, boy.
Looks like Van Slyke is coming in from left field. He, of course, made the last out in the top of the inning. So it looks like Mattingly will put the pitcher spot there and have a new left fielder and a new pitcher. J.P. Howell is coming in, the left-hander, to face Miguel Montero. No one has emerged from the Dodger dugout as of yet to go play left field. We'll sort it out for you when we come back. Miguel Montero steps in against the guy the Dodgers will need to get a lot of big left-hand outs in the postseason. New pitcher will be J.P. Howell. Skip Schumacher does indeed come out and replace Scott Van Slyke in left, and Howell is on. He has tossed scoreless relief in 31 of his last 34 appearances. And he'll work to Miguel Montero with 1 out in a tie game here in the 7th. Miggy 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 3rd. J.P. Howell, the big left-hand arm in this LA bullpen.
64th appearance of the season.
He ranks 7th among National League relievers with that ERA, 2.15. Chopped up the line to second base. Ellis comes over. Howell covers, and that's the out. So Schumacher will hit in the 2 spot. And the pitcher spot is now 7th in the order for the Dodgers. Nobody on 2 away. Here's Didi, 0 for 3. The splits for Gregorius. Has struggled this year against lefties, only .202. David Hernandez warms. Dodgers have 3 right-handers scheduled in their 8th. Ellis, Young, and Puig, 8, 9, and 1. There's a strike, 3-1. He pulls it foul and it's full. Bert Peterson pouncing on that one down the right field line. Cat-like quickness.
Great defense of the Diamondbacks on the field has rubbed off on the ball tubes. They've made some great plays this year.
Those Golden Glovers, some gold gloves. AP Howell, a long time Tampa Bay Ray. 3-2. 2 outs to Didi. He did not go, says Joe West, and Gregorius is aboard with a 2-out walk. Here's Gerardo Parra.
Joe West said Didi was able to check in time on that pitch in the dirt, and it looks like he got it right.
Parra has been on base 3 times today. Reached on an error in the 2nd. Doubled and scored in that big Diamondback 3rd. And he singled his last time up. 2 for 3. Pitcher spot is due up next for the Diamondbacks. Willie Bloomquist is in the on-deck circle. There's Willie. Had a big pinch hit single last night against Brian Wilson.
Unless Howell is trying to set up Didi over there at first base, he does not have a very good pickoff move. Occasionally a left-handed pitcher will show a really bad move to first base in the hopes of that runner taking an extra step or two, and then you drop the good move on him. He's obviously concerned with Didi over there at first base. 2 outs in a tie ball game late. This is the time to attempt a stolen base if you think you can get a jump.
Didi does not have a stolen base this year. He is 0 for 2. Howell's having a problem throwing strikes. He's behind 2-0. 10 pitches so far, 7 balls. That one goes through A.J. Ellis, and Gregorius moves up and thinks about third. Go ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs.
Ellis came up with the glove, opened up that 5-hole between the wickets. Didi with a big turn out there at second base as that ball came all the way to the backstop, but has to slam on the brakes when Ellis gets there.
Well, he's behind 3-0 to Parra. Bloomquist is on deck. First base is open. Roll to second. Mark Ellis. Owl strands the walk. We will head to the 8th inning. A tie game. D-backs and Dodgers 6-6.
Victory, yes. Under that light rain, beaming in that night game. Can't stop now, keep moving, no break pass. Came here to prove a point, live my life on the field, make history in between the base paths.
Josh Colmenter out there to start the 8th. He'll work to A.J. Ellis to open it up. It's 6-6. 10 hits for the Diamondbacks, 9 for the Dodgers. That one is driven to the wall and left and gone. A.J. Ellis, his 8th home run, 7-6 L.A. Ellis now 3 for 4. He has doubled, he has singled, and now he's homered.
Quick swing that time by Ellis. Got just enough of it to sneak it into the front row out there in left field.
Well, it was 3-0 Dodgers. It was 6-3 Diamondbacks, and now it's 7-6 LA as Michael Young hits one to right center. A.J. Pollock is over there to cut it off. And the first two have reached for the Dodgers here against Josh Colmenter. Brings up Yasiel Puig. Puig is hitless today. He did walk in the 3rd. David Hernandez was warming earlier. Here comes Kirk Gibson. We'll take a break. Pitching change. runner on the bases. But a rough opening to the 8th for Josh. A home run and a single, and now here's David Hernandez for the 57th time this year.
Yeah, for Josh, just a couple of middle-of-the-plate fastballs that the Dodgers ambushed. Ellis for a homer, Young for a single into the gap in right center, and now it'll be David Hernandez to face the top of the Dodger order.
Hernandez worked a 1-2-3/8 last night. And here's Puig, goes 0 for 3, walked in the 3rd. A home run by A.J. Ellis, a single by Michael Young to open the 8th inning.
He's going to put that second batting glove on. He's been using just the bottom hand batting glove. Had the other one in his back pocket and decided he wants to double up.
Perfect example of your new rule, Commissioner Brenly, to ban batting gloves in the interest of time of game. A point you have raised over the course of the year. You're an innovator, though.
Yeah, Puig's one of the rare guys that doesn't step out of the batter's box to readjust his straps on the wrists of those batting gloves between pitches. Most hitters do it every pitch, whether they swing or not.
Martin Prado, Aaron Hill, Paul Goldschmidt, they turn the double play.
Martin Prado fielding that ball right in rhythm, get your feet moving. We've talked about Matt Davidson, some of the things he needs to learn at third base, how to use your feet. That time Martin Prado used his feet perfectly to lead into that throw to Aaron Hill at second base to start the double play.
Puig was busting up the line pretty good. You saw Andy Fletcher just take a last glance at Goldie's glove to make sure he had the ball and then signaled the double play completion. Here's Schumacher, who came into the game as part of a double switch. He took over for Scott Van Slyke in left field. Didi Gregorius spins and throws. There's that arm. Didi Gregorius sends the top of the 8th, but A.J. Ellis' 8th home run of the year has given the Dodgers the lead. Diamondbacks need to answer here as time is running out. Six. John Mattingly waited until Lou Bloomquist was announced as the pinch hitter, and he's gone out to get his left-hander. J.P. Howell will leave, and here comes The machine, Brian Wilson. We'll let him warm up. We'll take a break. Back with the bottom of the 8th coming up. Mattingly counters. He removes his lefty, J.P. Howell, and brings in former Giants great Brian Wilson on for the 14th time this year as a Los Angeles Dodger. First pitch swinging, shot to second, Mark Ellis. 1 pitch, 1 out. Brian Wilson, there's stuff living in there.
Cutter mania when Brian Wilson comes into the ball game, throws a 4-seamer. A cutter really doesn't feature any kind of a breaking ball. Occasionally he'll change speeds on that cut fastball, but everything's going to be high 80s, low 90s with a little bit of movement away from the righties into the lefties.
Adam Eaton 1 for 4. He singled and scored as part of that D-backs 6-run third. Diamondbacks have 10 hits today. 7 of them came in that third inning. Other than that, Dodger pitchers have scattered 3 singles. Right to the glove for a strike, 2-1. Eaton's now hit in 6 straight. D-backs looking for a base runner here. Closer is up. Dodgers trying to clinch the NL West right now. He strikes out, Eaton looking, 2 down.
Center fielder, A.J. Pollock.
A.J. Pollock 2 for 4, a pair of singles. He scored a run in that third. AJ having a big September. He's hitting over 320 this month. 0-1. Wilson can still get it up there, mid-90s.
And when he throws that four-seam fastball, has a little extra giddy up. Cutter usually in the high 80s, the four-seamer in the low 90s.
It's nice that he got a blue rubber band for the bottom of that beard, soft color coordinated. Diamondbacks trying to get a 2-out base runner for Goldie. 3-2. Back foot up against the railing in his usual spot. Coming inside here. Got it out over the plate. Uribe at third. He's had himself a ball game down there. Hot corner the whole thing. We head to the ninth. Dodgers with a chance to win the NL West. Season in spectacular HD. Watch every out-of-market game live on over 350 supported mobile devices. Visit MLB.tv today. Ninth inning, Brad Ziegler on. Trying to keep the Dodgers off the board here in the ninth and get the D-backs to the home half in the heart of the order and try and prevent the Dodgers from celebrating here on Chase Field. Got a tall order here as he'll face Hanley Ramirez to lead off the inning. Ramirez is 4 for 4. He's driven in 4 runs, including 2 homers.
Saw Ziegler last night for the final inning in a non-save situation, and we saw something we'd only seen 3 times all year. He gave up a home run to Tim Fedorovich, opposite field blast. Yeah, normally when Brad comes into the ball game, the worms start ducking.
Hanley, 4 for 4, 5 for 6 in the series. He began the ball game tonight at 343 for the year. He hasn't hit over 300 since 2010 when he hit exactly 300 for the Marlins. Chopped to short. Didi has to hurry. There's a big out, number 1. They retire Ramirez for the first time tonight. Dodger fans applauding his 2-home run game. Here's Matt Kemp now. Kemp singled in the third and walked his last time up. Had a good series just off the DL, 6 for 12. 1 for 4 last night. Tuesday night he had 4 hits, including a pair of doubles, drove in 3. He'd been out since July 21st after ankle and hamstring problems. Been rehabbing at Camelback Ranch, the Dodgers spring facility here in the Valley. 1 for 9 career against Brad Ziegler. 0-2. Got him.
We saw Brad Ziegler make a really fine play on a sacrifice bunt attempt on Monday. Because of his delivery, the way he falls off to the third base side of the mound, he can get to that bunt a lot quicker than most right-handed pitchers. Able to get that lead runner at third base. That's about as good as you can do it.
2 outs, bases empty for Mark Ellis. Martin Prado comes in. 3 quick outs from Brad Ziegler. Sends us to the bottom of the 9th. The Diamondbacks will try and prevent the Dodgers from winning the NL West here at Chase Field. Right now, as they trail the Dodgers 7-6 in the bottom of the 9th at Chase Field, and the closer is on. This is Kenley Jansen, 25 of 29 in save opportunities this year. Some defensive changes behind him. Don Mattingly trying to solidify the group behind Jansen and finally wrap up their division title celebration. Adrian Gonzalez takes over for Michael Young, who had been playing first base. So Gonzalez is the new first baseman, and Punto takes over for Hanley Ramirez at shortstop. Paul Goldschmidt will lead it off in the bottom of the 9th. Goldie 1 for 3, RBI double. He scored a run in the 3rd. Goldschmidt, Prado, Hill, 3, 4, and 5. 0-2. Ellis hangs on. There's the strikeout. One away. Brings up Martin Prado. Prado has singled and tripled. He's driven in 2. There's a strike, 0-1. Four for 7, a couple of homers, career against Kenley Jansen.
That ball got every bit of Jim Joyce that time. Looked like it caught him in the left arm.
Joe West, the crew chief, comes over from third.
Right off that left bicep. When you see the ball drop straight down to the ground like that, you know it caught him flush.
Umpires have their pride too. He's not going to rub it.
Diamondbacks assistant trainer Ryan DePanflo comes out to have a look at Jim Joyce, who's obviously in a lot of pain. He's trying to walk it off. Hope it goes away quickly. Supposed to be a cutter away, and it looked like Jansen just threw a four-seamer right by his own catcher. I don't think he got much leather on that one at all.
And all the momentum that LA had, especially after the strikeout of Goldie, has come to a stop here. He tells Martin Prado 1-1. We're good to go. Paul Goldschmidt struck out to open this bottom of the ninth, and now it's a 1-1 count to Martin Prado. Chase it in the dirt. And that's the second strikeout. D-backs down to their final out here. Contingent of Dodger fans down the right field line in the right field corner. Part of the 22,000 plus here at Chase Field today. And they are 1 out away from winning the NL West. Dodgers lead the Diamondbacks by 9.5 games with 10 to play, counting today. And they're an out away from clinching. One and one. Aaron Hill 0 for 4. He's hit safely in 6 of his last 7. In the air to left, Skip Schumacher. And the Dodgers win the National League West. Their first division title since 2009. Los Angeles clinches its 12th NL West title since the advent of divisional play in 1969. And they are the first team in the major leagues this year to clinch a division win.
The only other visiting team to ever clinch a title here at Chase Field was the 06 Padres. D-backs watched them celebrate on the field and came back to win the West in 07.
Kurt Gibson, the former Dodger, out on the top step in his usual place in the Diamondback dugout. Other than that, the D-backs dugout is empty. And they are not watching the Dodgers celebrate on their own field. Alan Trammell, the bench coach, out there. Dodgers clinched today. This is the earliest by calendar date that they have ever clinched since they moved to Los Angeles. And Bob, they were a team that looked like they had a lot of problems when we first visited LA in early May. They were injured up and down the roster. People were calling for Don Mattingly's head in the LA media. They got healthy fast and they got good real fast.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, a team full of all-stars. You just had that feeling that once they had all the pieces back together, they were going to be a force to be reckoned with. Anytime you talk about a starting rotation led by Clayton Kershaw, Zach Greinke, Nolasco was a tremendous addition. Ryu was good all season long. The bullpen really rounded into shape once they moved Jansen into the closer's role. Everybody dropped into a more comfortable position down in that bullpen, and Hanley Ramirez, Matt Kemp, all the guys that were injured, when they came back guns blazing, they went on that historic run, and there really wasn't much anybody could do about it.
And the one continuing narrative throughout this Dodger season you saw a moment ago has been Clayton Kershaw, who seems a surefire Cy Young winner in the National League this year. And Adrian Gonzalez has led them throughout the season offensively, leading the Dodgers in hits, homers, and RBIs. He has in many ways been the rock around which so much of this zaniness has revolved, but he has been the constant. So with Gonzalez at first and Kershaw on the mound, Greinke has been worth the money they paid him this year, a legitimate 1-2 threat, despite the broken collarbone suffered in the brawl in San Diego. They regrouped. They went on a run during which they played a 50-game span and won 42 of those games. They ran away and hid, and now they have won the National League West. Let's go downstairs to Jody Jackson. Jody.
All right, alongside catcher A.J. Ellis, who had the deciding home run in this victory. But A.J., how does it feel to be able to celebrate this way? You had the chance last night, but to get it done today, how does it feel?
You know, we've kind of hit a little slow patch here last couple of weeks. Thought it could have been wrapped up a little bit ago, but to do it today and the way we did it, come from behind, feels really special. We had to take it. The Diamondbacks are a tough team. We weren't going to give anything to us, and they defended their home turf so well. And we're honored to represent the NL West. It's a great division, and we're excited for the playoffs.
It was a battle. Obviously, you mentioned coming back after you went out to a lead. They came back, and that's just kind of the way it's been between these two teams. What was the biggest difference, though, with the turnaround with this team? If you could point to one, maybe two things. We saw you come in early in the year struggling, and at one point, you know, even as much as 12 games back.
Yeah, we got healthy, first and foremost. We got Hanley back, who obviously saw today how talented he is. Zach Greinke came back. Carl Crawford, Matt Kemp, these guys fought injuries all year long. And whenever we've been able to get our team on the field that we thought we'd have, our talent's been able to shine through, and we've been able to win games, and we're able to get back into this thing and make it all the way to the playoffs.
Obviously, some games to go before the playoffs, but as you look at this group, it's a group of veterans. It's a group, though, of also some young talent and some guys that have just come over recently, like a Brian Wilson. How do you feel that this group will gel or has gelled going into the postseason?
We've been gelling great as a team. Our team chemistry is phenomenal. That was kind of the question mark being in the seasons. You can't buy team chemistry. Well, we prove that, you get these guys together, good veteran guys who've been there and been through the battles before, and mix that with some young energy, some exciting guys who want to get to the playoffs too. It's a good combination, and we're going to ride it, and we're excited for the future.
All right, we'll let you go celebrate, AJ.
Thank you so much.
All right, Steve, send it back up to you. Obviously, a very happy Dodger dugout here at Chase.
Absolutely, Jody. Thanks very much, and congratulations to A.J. Ellis and the Los Angeles Dodgers, winners of the National League West here in 2013. An enthusiastic but certainly restrained celebration from the Dodgers and their fans here at Chase Field, as L.A. is back in the postseason for the first time since 2009. Go back to June 22nd. They were 9.5 games back and a last-place ball club. They have gone, Bob Brenly, 57-23
Unbelievable run, a historic run, and I don't know what else you can say about him. All the pieces are in place. Some nagging injuries that may be a little bit of a concern, but now that Don Mattingly and the Dodgers have clinched, I'm sure Hanley Ramirez and Matt Kemp and Andre Ethier, some of the other guys nursing injuries, will get the rest they need leading up to the postseason.
All right, while the Dodgers celebrate, we'll take a break. Back with more from Chase Field after this, as the Dodgers win their 12th National League West title since they started divisional play back in 1969. Skip Schumacher gets the final out in left field. The Dodgers on an A.J. Ellis home run win it 7-6, and they beat the Diamondbacks. They get a split of the 4-game series. Diamondbacks win the season series 10-9, but the Dodgers win the National League West. More reaction from Chase Field coming up. You're watching the Arizona Diamondbacks here only on Fox Sports Arizona.